aboard. We're going to be taking the Z train out of Hobart Yard today. And not sure how far we're going to get, but hoping to get maybe as far as Barstow. Alright, let's see. All the way to... Looking out of Hobart here. Got the train crew. And for those of you who don't know, I'm on the Depot Plus. On the Depot server. You can check me out at depotserver.com. Link is in the description. And we're crewed up. We got a GTV for St. Dorsa, looking at the train details. Alright, so lane 2 on San Bernardino side. Sorry, the home side. We cannot go between CP Arena and 7. So we have to make sure we take main 1, which is going to be interesting with auto. Hopefully we can make it work. We got 5 units on the head end, 7,000 feet of train, and total tons including power 7,258 tons. And in the Depot TeamSpeak, so hopefully if we have any meets with anybody, we can let them know. I'm still working on getting the chat and everything set up in a good spot, so I can kind of follow along with the chat. If I'm not answering, give me a minute. I'll do my best to check. Chat here, I have a third monitor set up, which I normally don't use to have OBS and everything over on that. So bear with me here as we go. And we'll get going. This will get there. Speed restriction with the crossover East Victorville, 25 miles an hour. That shouldn't be an issue for us. I doubt we'll be doing track speed up there. And Now, let's make sure everything's set up and good to go. Right. Guess there's a switch set to run. 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 That mouse cut out on that last one. Okay. The cab here. Circuit breaker set. Lights are on. Alright. So the hardest part is going to be getting auto to give us a light out of here, I believe. I've never actually done a full run out of Hobart before. So walk ahead here. So we'll bring up the speed. Should be 15 or restricted in the yard. Oh, that's right. I can do it the old-fashioned way here. Alright, so... Okay, it does take us all the way down here, so we can definitely easily get out. That should not be an issue. So, we will not even come out here onto the set-off lead. Actually... that put us out right here at Hobart. Yeah, let me run back down here. Let's see. Out there. Yeah, we're committed. So we'll come down here to CTC. This one is probably the one I'm thinking of as being CP Hobart. Let's see. Where's it flashing? Oh, Eastern. Not CP Hobart. That's fine. We can come out of Eastern. No big deal. We're going to come on down here to the signal. And tone up the dispatcher. See if auto will get us out before. No, auto's probably not going to get us out before. Let's see if we can check switches here. And auto's thinking, so we're probably going to sit at this red for a minute. Independent. Oh, there we go. Auto's kind enough to give us a signal coming out of Eastern, and here we go. Pull this train out of the yard in our up center. Go. Now if I go look at Hobart, that track is clear. Perfect. let me know how the sound quality is, as I've been messing with a little bit of everything today. Alright, out here on the main. Getting our counter going. It should be 15 through that signal and turnout and switch. I'm just gonna keep it nice and slow here. Bring the dynamics up. Just to help keep it slow. Alright. Awesome family members just brought me some popcorn. So if I mute my mic, it's because I'm eating some popcorn. I don't want you guys to have to listen to it. And so yeah, hopefully this works out well. I've never actually done YouTube streaming. I've streamed once or twice on Twitch, and tried to do some recording here and there, but as you can tell if you go look at my channel, there is not much there. I can't tell you how many times I've recorded and like, oh, this is great, and then didn't upload it, or work got in the way and I started a series and never finished. And then I just switched to Linux, so that's been an interesting transition. So this is my first attempt after installing Linux to try to stream. The alerter there. Let's see here. Where's Auto? Auto's gonna take us down main one. Probably main one all the way to Santa Fe Springs. And we'll see what happens from there. And come out of dynamics. We're starting to go uphill. Out of power. Which, being a Z-train, we don't need to add a lot of power until we hit the cone pass. I'll be very surprised if we can do track speed going out the pass, but stranger things have happened. Alright, here we go. Sure as you heard our counter beep. So we have cleared that last switch at Hobart coming out. And now we're going to start accelerating up to track speed, which down here is 50 miles an hour. We got to clear. Notch it up a little more. Alright, that should have been the industry lead at Bandini. Double check here. CP Bandini. And we are on our way. Huh, that's interesting. Find it very odd. Otto's got a train stop there. But, well, we'll find out down here what he's got planned for us. And we just crossed DT Junction. And yes, I know that I'm doing about 40 and that the track speed's 50. And Otto's telling us they can't get a lineup. Alright. Well, we should slow down just a hair. Just because I'm slightly worried here. We might pull up to Santa Fe Springs and cancel our routing and sit there for a minute to see if Otto can clear his mess up. So, we tab around here. It looks like this is an eastbound. It's just sitting there. Not sure why this one is sitting either. So I think the smart thing is going to be to stop here and see what we can get Otto to correct. I'm fairly certain I know what's going on. NS 7631 is the Barlack, and I believe he's delivering a La Mirada right now on his way down to the LAJ yard, which means he's probably got the switch open to the main and part of his train on the main line. So we'll just swing around here because I definitely don't want to get stuck head to head with a train. Which, judging by the way the signals are... Oh, no, okay. Looks like Otto might actually be sorting it out. The AI in Run 8 is interesting. Otto does a fairly decent job, and the staff at the depot for the Depot Plus service have done a hell of a job at making sure that train names are done correctly, and Otto does prioritize different types of trains. So because we're a Z train, in theory, once we get further up and going up the Cajon Pass, Otto might let us bypass some trains.
DNSS detector, milepost 154.3, main 1, ambient temperature 64 degrees.
we will definitely be finding out here. Alright. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, okay. Sweet. I guess that train in front of us is moving a little faster now. Approach medium here at Santa Fe Springs, so we will be only able to do 40 till we get it clear again. Just like real railroad. And actually having auto has been pretty cool, especially on the depot. The way we run the operations over here. I was hesitant originally when we were initially doing the initial trials, but once you get used to running auto, it's not bad. Sometimes he does have a mind of his own. I will not deny that at all. And he definitely will block some stuff up. But sometimes it just sometimes it's a player that may have forgotten to switch a signal back. Especially some locals that use mainline and switch off the mainline. If you forget to set a signal, if you leave part of your train, you have to manually set it to restricting, and sometimes it doesn't reset. So sometimes you have to just double check on that. But other than that, auto normally works pretty well. I did have one issue earlier this week running with auto, and I just had to talk to a member of the staff, and they were able to walk me through it, because it's one I had never experienced before, where it's basically if auto won't give you a light, especially if it's a train that had to do a bunch of work, say coming out of Modesto to Fresno and Hobart Yard, if you try and get a signal to reverse onto your train, auto won't give it to you, and then it corrupts the internal train ID that auto uses. Basically, you just have to set it the siding, request a signal going the opposite direction that you're going, let them give you a light, then cancel, and then you can get your signal going the direction you want to go. Let's see where we at. Santa Fe Springs, that was the Norwalk Metrolink station we just went through. So next stop will be La Mirada. Passing by there. We are still set to 40 because we haven't got a clear. Last signal we got was an approach medium. And in just a second, I'm getting a phone call. Sorry about that. Alright, sorry about that. Did not mean to be on the phone that long. But I don't know if you guys saw it. We had a clear last signal. And we are, I believe, coming up on Fullerton now that we have 3 mains. And this is where the orange sub branches off and continues down towards San Diego. here we are back to approach medium. Clearly that train in front of us is moving a little slower than expected. Approach. So we have to, we don't even have to slow down. We're already there. Let's look ahead and see here. Just what Auto might have in store for us. So behind this one. And yeah, the bar of San Diego is setting out at Hobart Yard. So that's why we're all here on Main 1. Hopefully, once we get past that, or the Ardega will be done with their setup by the time we get there, and we'll get past them, and we will be able to move along a little faster. do want to thank everybody for joining as we run. I know some of this stuff can be kind of boring.
DNSS detector, milepost 43.3, main
enjoy
1,
running my
ambient
trains.
temperature 63
Maybe next
degrees.
time my stream will look at maybe doing a local, a little more action. Let's see here. It looks like the Bardago has completed their work. We're coming up on Atwood Junction, the Olive Sub, which also goes to San Diego, which is where the Bardago will diverge down to the Olive Sub, and they will run it to end of track and delete. But we should get a roll by if all goes well. I'll have a look, make sure they don't have anything wrong with their train. And look around here, the engine. Let's see, I don't think the ES44s have it. Maybe. Oh, they did it. So, if you don't know, you can open the door on the ES44s and the windows. And the sound actually does change. I don't know if you guys can tell that I'm doing that. Button there. So if you hear that, it's pretty decently quiet. Open the window, you can hear a little better. I usually end up keeping everything closed. Right, let's see here. Should have the Olive Sub here at Atwood Junction. Right up around this curve, I believe. Yeah, we might be a little further back. I haven't heard the detector 43.3 yet. Let's see here. We can find ourselves a milepost sign. Oh, speaking of that, milepost sign right here. Mile 42. I do not remember hearing the detector. But maybe I just didn't hear the detector, which is possible. Cab lights on. I do not need those on. There we go. And this track to the right side here. Right, looking that way is the Olive Sub. Approach medium signal. next corner, we'll go back to 3 mains. So we'll go from main 1 to main 2 for us. Oops. Wrong button there. Coming up on Berry Plastics here on the right. Serviced by the one of the locals out of Hobart Yard. I've run that local. It's a fun local to run. I ran it before auto, and unfortunately I've not had a chance to run it since. There's a couple of new Depot Plus members the last couple of, probably 6 months that run it fairly regularly. This must be one of our newer members. I don't recognize that person. So, unfortunately, I don't get to run as much as I would like. Just my job and everything. But when I do, every once in a while I get a wild fascination to go ahead and do some live streaming. Alright, coming up on a clear, we can go back to track speed. Track speed is 50 here, and then this train sitting here at Esperanza.
DNSS detector, milepost 38.0, main 1.
Okay, now this train, now that I have pulled out of Hobart, and I was sitting on a ramp track, this train was waiting for an empty ramp track to come down into Hobart. So now a crew on the depot here can go ahead and grab that train and take it on into Hobart. And they will process and all the cars and turn and burn. I'm not sure if the links are going to work since I don't stream a lot, but this is Run 8 Train Simulator version 3. And if you're interested in checking them out, their website is run8studios.com. And there's different routes, train sets, cars, engines. Yeah, give you a brief overview here where we're just rolling along the main. So some of the different routes that they have. Since we're in SoCal, we'll go all the way down here at the bottom. We'll start there. Let me double. Not that button. There we go. Hit the alerter. Let's go back to overview. Friends at Renate have not updated their overview at all.
BNSF detector milepost 38.0 main 1 no defects. Repeat, no defects. Total axle 398. Train speed 40 mph. Ambient temperature 62 degrees. Out.
There's the Bardago. Heading down to the Atwood sub. To the Olive sub, excuse me, to Atwood Junction. Alright, so let's go back to talking about Renate. So with the base game of Renate, and we're on version 3, you get basically, let me go back up here. So you get Hobart Yard, and you get the Mojave sub, which is the BNSF Mojave sub to Mojave, California, and the European Mojave sub, and you get it all the way down to Highland. I don't think West Colton is included. I still think that's Cajon. Don't quote me on that. I'll have to do some double checking with some folks. Oh, stand by. Since he's just texting me, what is his engine number? 9179. That's what I said. Did a double check. Save trip. Alright. So, anyway, back to running. Sorry. That's one nice thing about getting the meets. We actually get to talk to our other members and all that fun stuff. So, you get the Needles sub, which takes you all the way out to Needles. And so you have Needles to Barstow, Barstow to Bakersfield, BNS Bakersfield, and UP Bakersfield. And then you have down, I want to say it's to Highland, right here. Then you have the options. You can get the Cajon sub, which gives you coming south out of Barstow to Hodge, Oro Grande, down to Victorville, down the Cajon Pass. It gives you the BNSF intermodal yard, the A yard, the B yard for the couple of locals. West Colton, into West Colton, and then starting out the UP Alhambra sub towards San Bernardino. Then you can get the San Bernardino sub, which takes you all the way down to the Alameda corridor where it starts. Sorry, checking my speed here. Slow down just a hair. And then you can go from the Needle sub, you can get the Seligman sub. Takes you all the way out to Seligman. So this is the West Seligman sub. There's most of our trains start out here, at least running into all of our industries. There is a train that runs from Seligman to Kingman, and then they work the giant Kingman industrial complex. If I remember, I can show you guys afterwards. And from the Bakersfield side, we have the Bakersfield sub for BNSF. And then they release the Modesto to Fresno routes for both BNSF and UP. And I believe the plan still is to fill in the gap between Bakersfield, UP Bakersfield, up to UP Fresno on the UP side. As far as I know, that's still the plan. They've talked about it, and there was, at one point, they were going to do both the UP and the BNSF Fresno subs at the exact same time, going from Bakersfield to Fresno, and they decided to break it up. That was the last I had heard. And one thing about Run 8 is that they don't announce what they're doing very often. Sometimes you can just wake up one morning and, oh boom, there's an update, and oh, guess what? Here's either a rail car pack, engine pack, or a full-on route. Additional routes that aren't on the dispatch screen that you can get in SoCal, because that's where the base game starts. So there is the Trona Railway in the Lone Pine Branch. If you ever get a chance, look up Trona on Google Earth, and there is a huge plant out there, and basically that goes from Mojave. There's a pair of manual switches coming out of the Mojave Yard, and it's all non-dispatch screen or anything like that. It's in what they call non-CTC, all the way out to Trona. I think it's 80 miles. Let me see. And then another one that we have is the Arvin Oak Creek branch. And that is the Arvin branch is coming out of the UP main line at Magundon, which is up by Bakersfield, and going all the way out to Arvin, California, and that is now all serviced by the San Joaquin Valley Railroad.
BNSF detector milepost.
And then with that pack is also the Oak Creek branch, which also at Mojave goes out to the west to the Cal Portland cement plant, and they did a good job, in my opinion, out there. And that is most of the SoCal stuff. Or no, that is all the SoCal stuff, excuse me, that is out as of right now. And then they have They have additional routes that have either been made by them or other folks. So there's the Norfolk Southern AGS South Phase 1. They're supposedly working on Phase 2. There's CSX Savannah Sub. Up north you have the Norfolk Southern Pittsburgh Sub East. Northern California, they have the awesome Southern Pacific Union Pacific Roseville Sub, and it's basically mountain railroading at its finest. And it goes Roseville to Reno. Then you have the NS South Fork Secondary. And I believe... I'll have to look that up, but I think that one has Horseshoe Curve in it. And then they have CSX Baldwin. Which is it's a bunch of different lines in there, and it joins up with the CSX A line, which is a route that is done by High Rail Simulations. And then we have High Rail Simulations has the Fitzgerald sub, also ties into the A line, I believe. I don't have a lot of those eastern routes, so I'm not as familiar with them. I think I have the A line, and that's the only one I have over there. Then they have CSX Waycross, the A line. They have Selkirk Terminal, and I believe that one ties into... Actually, that one ties into Mohawk, I believe. And then the CSX Mohawk sub. I'll be honest, I can't keep track of where all those eastern routes go. But that's just the different routes that are available for Run 8. It is kind of expensive for when you look at the base game and all the DLC for it. But in all of the railroad simulators that I have ran, and running has been one of the most realistic simulators. And a lot of the members of the depot that I run with are actual real railroaders, and they say the same thing, that it's very, very realistic. Now, don't get me wrong, not everything's realistic, but there is some of it that's not too bad. And not only do they have all those routes, they have a bunch of different train sets that you can get. You don't have to get them all at once. And I'm just gonna just go on the different sets that they have, but it's not a completely inclusive list, because they have a couple of different ones that are like mixed freight cars. They have, I think, 8 sets of mixed freight cars. The different packs, they have the EMD MP15 road switchers. They are fun to watch if anyone's old SP Cotton Belt fan. They had a lot of those, and Union Pacific had a bunch of them. You get the GE-9s. You have the EMD SD70 Aces, painted up in the Union Pacific Heritage engines and the Norfolk Southern Heritage engines. There's Bunch of wood chip cars, plastic pellet cars. For you Amtrak fans, there's Amtrak equipment with the GEP 42s. They have AMD SD45s, AMD SD40T-2s. We have the SD40-2s, the GP40-2s. A couple of caboose packs. They do have some maintenance away pack. So if you're on a server to run maintenance away. Well cars, which are basically all your intermodal cars. Auto racks and piggybacks. So you have auto racks hauling cars, and the piggybacks are the ones that you would see with UPS trailers, FedEx trailers, and different stuff like that on it. You got some refrigeration cars and coal and ballast cars, 2-bay covered hoppers and gondolas in the packs, center beams, boxcars, mixed freight. We're up to 8 packs of those. If you did a Microsoft Train Simulator, you might know some of these guys, as they've done work there before. 3D Train Stuff LLC is the actual company, and then Run 8 is just their latest thing they're working on. I highly recommend checking it out if you get a chance. Now I'm blowing red signals. Paying attention. Let's see, where exactly are we at now? We are coming up on a red signal here at May, which is fine. If we have to stop at CP May, we stop at CP May. It's fine, that'll give me a chance to stand up and move around if we're coming to a full stop. And drop down into the nose of the engine for a minute. We'll see what we have when we get there.
SS detector milepost 26.4. Main 1. Ambient temperature 61 degrees.
for those keeping score here and maybe following along, we're now passing Porphyry Yard here to the right. This is where that San Diego train we passed was dropping off cars here. There's two locals that operate out here.
DNSS detector, milepost 22.4, main 1, ambient temperature 61 degrees.
Hey everybody, just want to take a minute and thank everybody for joining. Really do appreciate it. I'm sorry, it is kind of a boring train here. No working route or anything like that. But I wanted to try a train that I knew could just do a straight run through on this one. If you are here in the chat, go ahead and type anything in. I'm keeping track, watching. Stuff like that. Still trying to iron out some of the stream settings. So any feedback would be very, very beneficial. To the end of the San Bernardino side now. That was the CP hydrant that we just crossed. And up next will be a detector. And then we'll be transitioning to CP West Colton and the Cajon side. And it'll be up the Cajon Pass. And here we'll have to keep track and make sure that Otto, our AI dispatcher, does not send us up lane 2. Because if you remember from the start, our train has a restriction between CP Cajon and CP Summit, and we cannot be on lane 2, we must be on lane 1. So we'll see if Otto, I did set a destination location, so we'll see if Otto actually does something with that. Hoping there is a westbound train coming down the hill on main 2, so that way we're automatically forced to go main 1. But we shall see. spot on the map last time, but that other crossover that I thought was High Grove was actually West Riverside. So we were a little further away from the Diamond and Cajon than I thought. My bad. Stats of people that are actually crewed up on trains. We got, at least here on the server, we got 4 people running road trains, 2 locals are operating. One was running the Callaway East local. There we have the Bakersfield sub. That's actually pretty fun. Oh, somebody jumped on the 171. Train. And we got one individual working the C-Max plant up in Victorville. If we get up that far, maybe we'll see him pulling some cars around. This is the one cool thing about being on the Depot server, and being the Depot Plus members, that it doesn't matter usually what time you jump on. I've been on super late at night, super early in the morning, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Just whenever I get free time, and there's usually always somebody on. We pretty much have a membership from around the world.
DNSS detector, milepost 6.0, main 1, ambient temperature 61 degrees.
Let's see. Oh, someone's on the train. So I was initially going to stop in San Bernardino, but looking at everything, it looks like somebody stopped a train there on Main 1, which is the normal tie-down location. So I'm either going all the way to Barstow, because I don't like stopping at Martinez, especially if somebody's coming out of Barstow, heading down Cajon. That's really the only stopping point until you get to San Bernardino, and that could potentially lead to issues. Yes, it hasn't happened to me personally, but there has been a couple times where I've jumped on and grabbed a train from somebody at Martinez because there was a train tug down there, and then they couldn't stop, so I just went ahead and told them I'd take whatever train they were running, and just ran it on down past San Bernardino, onto the San Bernardino side, and did whatever needed to be done. Most of the time, it's usually the Bar Dago train that someone's running and then realizes, oh crap, I gotta leave. The Barlac, it's usually the same group of folks that are running down to the LHA Yard, and they're pretty good about making sure they have time to either get it to San Bernardino or get it down past San Bernardino to Esperanza. They've never had to stop at this thing. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see here. Let's go around. Nice. West Colton. Go down here. Ah, that would be why. And they just have a signal to go. And where's this train going? Let's see. This train's going to G2. And so that's up in Chicago. I wonder if they're waiting to go out the... Oh, they might be coming around the corner here. UP has trackage right on BNSF up past Barstow to Yermo. And, yep, there's the G2 going to Long Beach coming in. So we might be sitting here for a minute. And if anybody has any questions, go ahead and ask them in the chat. I'll answer them the best I can. And we're just gonna hang out here. And actually, while this is going on, alright, so we're sitting here waiting. And we'll be right back. I'm going to go down in the nose of the engine. And we'll go from there, and hopefully we have a signal when we get back. Alright, everybody, I am back, and looks like we got a clear, so Otto was able to get all that shenanigans taken care of. Yeah. Let's see. So far, Otto's keeping this main 1, main 2. We're doing alright so far. Our counterpart Z train there, probably because I was down in the nose too long. That's alright, no big deal. There's the San Bernardino B Yard on the left with the two locals tower. And we'll go fly over there. Here on the right is the San Bernardino Road. Switched the power to the switcher since I've last been there. We used to have MP15. Anyway, back into the cab. This is going to be interesting. So many northbound trains. Oh, sorry, eastbound. But technically, at this juncture, we are going north. That's odd to see an NS leader on a BNSF train. That must be the Barlack. So we are now on the Cajon sub. Past the San Bernardino Yard. My train would fit. What do you guys think? Should we drop this into a dark siding and call it a night? Or should we try continuing all the way to Barstow? Anybody? And I'm good either way. Doesn't matter to me. Here to run trains and have fun. Right, here we go up the mountain. And it's going to be Alerter Simulator most of the way up the mountain.
SF detector, milepost 73.5, main 1, ambient temperature 60 degrees. SF detector, milepost 73.5, main 2, ambient temperature 60 degrees.
Alright, here we go. Climbing up the compass here. You'll notice I keep checking the dispatch screen because I don't want auto to route us onto main 2. As if you're just joining, we have a main 2 restriction, and we can only take main 1 between Cajon and CP Summit here. It looks like Otto's been routing all the other trains around this S train, but we have to go main 1. So as we get closer to Cajon, I'll double check again and see where we're at, and we'll go from there. Yes, Alerter Simulator. That's pretty much what the Cajon Pass is going up. You are playing Alerter Simulator. A lot of folks running some UP stuff today. We thank y'all for being here. This is my first real long stream since updating my computer to Linux and getting everything all squared away. So I definitely do appreciate it. For anyone that has joined or hung out for a little bit. Let's check again here. Looks like Otto's gonna route us correctly towards Summit. On main 1, the switch has been thrown. And all these other trains are gonna bunch up right there. We got trains bunched up behind us too. Oh, that'll be for Otto to sort out. As these other trains. I wonder what happened to that UP train that was sitting here waiting to go. Huh. Anyway. I don't think it got deleted, but who knows? Let's see, let's check out the back here. Looking good. Knock on wood, we haven't been hit by a detector yet. The other night I had a hot box like 4 times on the same train car, so it was not fun. Turned out to be stuck brakes, so just bled the brakes. Okay, and cut the brakes out. Let's see here. Oh, coming up on a detector now, actually. If you're just now joining us, we are running the LA to Willow Springs Z train on the Depot Plus server on Run 8.
Ambient temperature 60 degrees.
Left Hobart about 3 hours ago, a little over 3 hours ago now, and we are currently coming up the Cajon Pass. Let's see here, is Otto going to be kind to us? Looks like we'll probably have the red at CP Cajon. That's fine. Which is probably actually perfect. Then they will hopefully route us on main 1. Keep an eye on that and see which way Otto actually decides to send us. Because if it's on main 2, we'll have to do some finagling and convince Otto that no, we are not going that way. So if you're just joining, I've been tweaking some stuff while I've been listening to the preview. If you could just throw in the chat, how does the game sound compare to the mic volume? That would be awesome. And if you could also let me know how often the stream kind of lags and or drops. I'm toying with the encoder settings, trying to keep it going. I'm looking at like a 3.1% since I started streaming of drop frames, so I'm trying to clean that up a little bit. If you could just let me know in the chat, that would be great.
Detector milestone 58.6 main 2.
Sorry, bumping my mic there. Did not mean to do that. This is going to be fun to get going later. Once we actually have a signal. It's a 2% grade, not that bad. But since we don't have any DPUs and all of our powers up front, we'll have to make sure as we stretch it we don't break any couplers. So we've got 10.7 here. That should take us down to the stop right here at CP Cajon. Notch down the rest of the way. Alright. Okay. Save our independent brakes on the engines. Hopefully keep us from streamlining the train. And now we wait. While we're sitting here waiting, let's have a little look-see-daisy. Okay. Yep, I see what Otto's doing. Gonna let this train go here. Is there 2.6? This train's at 2.2. Well, let's go for a little flight here. Go flying up our tracks. This will be the main that we're on, going this way, come around the corner. Well, that train's just barely slugging it up there. See, they have a red. They do have a red. Ooh. That's not good. Alright, so this is the actual train that we're following. Right? Yep. Okay, so that's the train we're following. Okay. Let's sling that up here. Okay, that one's going that way. Is there engines on this train? That one's going that way. it's going that way. Ah, there we go. Okay, here's the Z train. Yep. They're moving now. Okay, so yeah, so they're crossing there. Means we fly back to my train. That is a Q train, higher priority than S train. And then here's our train that we're on. Go back down here a little ways.
Milepost 66.5, main 2.
Here's this Z train. It's probably going to end up going past me because I have to go on main 1. So we'll probably be sitting here for a little bit. Unless this Q train gets up to Summit and they let interesting. Auto push that other Z train up behind me. That's interesting. Yep, we will take it in stride here. And this is the life of railroading. Because all these westbound trains, we got 1 S train, 2 Z trains, and then we have 3 Z trains because that UPG2 to Long Beach. This could turn into a cluster. With me needing to go down main line. Oh, it happens. I've driven up the Cajon Pass many times with work and for work and driving to and from work and everything, and sometimes it's just the way it is, a giant cluster in the Cajon Pass, and that's even with 3 tracks now. So,
hey, quick question for you guys.
Yep. Stand by. Yeah, go ahead, Wizard.
You guys ever done the manual unloading at the CMAX Bell terminal?
I have not.
No? Okay.
Are you talking in LA?
Yeah, over by LAC.
Yeah, no, I have over there. It's interesting to say the least. I guess what do you have question about it?
So, I've never done manual unloading, so I don't really know, but it says in the thing you press and hold the car and it unloads it, or like,
pretty much what it is that when you start the timer to it, it does.
That's the other question is what I see it says timer, but I don't see any timers anywhere.
So when you actually go to start unload it, let me see if I can find it here just a. So what it is, pretty much all it is it turns out to be a timer that if you set your slow speed at a certain speed, I think it's like 0.8 or 0.9, something like that, and at that speed, that timer will like simulate the unloading process, and all you literally do is click the down arrow to unload the car on it, is all that it is. It's pretty simple, but I will say instead of like as you do at that 0.8, 0.9, holding the down arrow to unload the car, I will say it is like, granted, it obviously just pops over to empty. It doesn't actually like drain out, but the one kind of cool thing is you don't get the big hop out of the car when you click from full load to full empty, which is kind of cool.
Okay. So I thought that would be like a physical arrow. That's kind of unclear. It should say the down arrow on your keyboard. I thought there was a UI element down arrow on the car that would appear, because I've never.
No, so like click on, when you go to do it, click on like the tagger. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, in the train tagger menu.
Yeah, so just like when you click on it, or hold on, let me just double check. I was checking something. Sorry, I have my
For those
push
of you
to
at
talk
home, while
there.
he's
So like
explaining this,
on the, you click
this
the
is
car or
basically what he's
whatever, it
talking about.
pops
You go
up in the
here,
top
and
right,
then
and then
click this
load
down
weight,
arrow.
and then the little down arrow next to the tons, just hit that and hold it, and from whatever those cars are loaded at to 0 when it hits to unload it, if you go at that 0.8 or 0.9 mile hour, if you just do that to every car that comes up, you'll be able to unload the entire train as it goes through, like simulate it per se for unloading.
Oh, okay.
But the only benefit of holding the down arrow versus just clicking unloaded as they go over it is that it lines up with the timer, and when you go from loaded to unloaded, you don't get the big like spring hop from
Where's that
unloading the
train?
car.
Yeah, okay. It kind of sucks there's no keybinds or anything. You just got to press and hold that button down all the way.
Yeah, I don't know if there is or not. I haven't ever really screwed with it. It'd be kind of cool if it was if you just had to like say click the car and that. Do you have a rail driver?
No.
Yeah, it'd be kind of cool if you had, I mean, if you could make a keybind to it. I don't know if you can or not. I'm not really one to screw around with customizing stuff like that. I just kind of power through. Once I get it in my head of what everything is, I never don't want to change it up. But yeah, I mean, for being able to, if you could change it, it'd be kind of cool.
What about the underneath the area where it's like the loads pending, the unloading, and that empties ready stuff? There's a manual hopper unloading thing, and it just says like car quantity and then submit.
Yes, so that is the timer that I was talking about. So like, if you would want to, if I'm not mistaken, you can drop off. I need to get back. Let me jump to it real quick and just see.
Are you gonna go look at the OC?
I was just gonna look at the OC just so I was on the same page as you.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've got the first car about to go over it right now, and I just want to make sure I'm about to do everything right.
Okay, yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while since I did that, but if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me right, is that so like the next spot being 8 cars, you can unload the entire train if you do it manually.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Yep, and when you go to do that, you just, so pretty much whatever that quantity to unload that you're talking about before you click submit, whatever that quantity is however many you have in your cut, because pretty much all that's doing is in the back end creating the timer to do the unloading itself. So if you only select 8 cars, you're only going to be there for a couple minutes because it'll only simulate you unloading 8 cars, as to where if you, I don't know how many you got a hold of right now.
I got 45.
So if you have all 45, it'll pop up and then tell you that for the next, whatever it is, 15 or 25 minutes, you're unloading, and it'll sit there and count down. It's kind of cool what it is, as long as you get it synced right, is that it'll sit there and count down and tell you how many cars you have left on there.
Very cool. Alright, well, let's give this a shot. I think we got everything ready to go here.
Just be prepared, because when it does have some sound effects associated with it, and it will make you think your computer is losing a fan or something the first time it happens.
The OC makes the sounds, or what?
Yeah, the OC actually like plays the sound. It's kind of cool.
Gotcha. That's good.
Well, while we wait for these trains to clear out and us get a signal, I'm going to step away for just a second. Shouldn't be gone more than a minute. If you have any questions about what game I'm playing, how to get involved, anything like that, go ahead and post those
Okay, very
questions
cool.
in
I
the
just
chat,
noticed.
please. And if something sounds weird, or I
Yeah,
need
like
to
I
try
said,
and
as
adjust
long
my
as you
settings,
get it synced
let me
up
know.
right, like with the actual unloading of it, it's real easy to go too quick. But if you get it synced up right, it's actually, at first I was like, okay, that's kind of cheesy, but after getting towards the end, it's like, all right, that actually worked out kind of cool.
Holy crap, the sounds are so loud, I gotta turn that down.
Hey, can't say I didn't warn you.
Whoa, those are loud.
Yeah, it's kind of impressive. Like I said, it caught me completely off guard because I had my volume turned way up so I could hear TeamSpeak, but then that was before I realized that I had to do a differential offset. Like I couldn't have TeamSpeak and Run 8 at the same volume because yeah, it was overpowering.
Oh yeah. This is pretty cool. I guess it's kind of boring because for some might be boring to just sit here and do this, but
Yeah,
different
but
change of
I
pace.
will say if your end goal is to get the most amount of cars you can moving, it's pretty rewarding. Instead of hey, spot 8, then come back the next day, put 8 more in. It's like you can get the whole damn thing unloaded at once.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's only going to take 20 minutes to do. That's like that's a quarter of the time it took me to do the CMEX switch
Yep. No, exactly.
at the main terminal or whatever.
Yep, it's very efficient. I honestly wish that we could do more like that, but I mean, I can understand from the influx of trying to keep orders even that, yeah, you could have somebody jump on, unload every single unit train, and then everything stacks up.
Temperature 59 degrees.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
But
While we're waiting
for
for
stuff like
Signal
this,
here, I'm
it's
going to
kinda
run downstairs
No,
and
I
go to
definitely
dinner.
agree.
Just got a call that it's ready, so I will be back. It's going to take me a little longer. I'll put the BRI back up just in case I'm gone a little longer than expected.
It's a little bit more engaging than pushing stuff over the hump because the AI still will disconnect stuff for you.
Yeah. Nope, it would be cool if they got it to a point that like AI automatically unloaded it, but then at that point it's like what is the manual input? I will say,
Right.
man, the only thing I wish is that AI could pump quicker, but if I'm not sitting there waiting on it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like usually for single player stuff, I just put it over and forget about it for a minute.
Yep. I haven't really screwed around with this much in single player other than trying to recreate issues that I find in multiplayer.
I set up a pretty good single player map. It's got a bunch of trains that just go through the map, and then ones that go to the I got Barstow and West Colton. I forget the word that they're called. And then you can do all the local jobs. All the industries are set up with the depot.
Very nice.
It's a lot harder to play single player though. It's more fun to just hop into a multiplayer server and do something. What are you guys driving around?
I got a train out here by Kingman right now that headed towards Huntsling and headed towards Barstow. But I'd been on Barstow for a few days straight, so.
Yeah, I saw that. You just taking a road train or something? Unit train or road train, right?
Yeah, it's a supply train, but I'm just headed towards Barstow with it. It seems like everything always hangs out on Seligman forever, and then as soon as it makes it to Needles, it's immediately snatched up and thrown towards Barstow.
Oh yeah, because that's only 2 hours opposed to like 6.
Right.
I'm back, everybody. See,
Yeah,
we're
that
still
happened to me.
sitting here at a red light.
Took that. I remember a couple days ago I took that Barstow. What was it? Barstow LAC
Oh, yep.
with the Mojave drop-offs or whatever.
Yep.
And I got it just past San Bernardino, and I came back and it was gone. It was because it was so close.
Yep. Yeah, if you get them most of the way there, they seem to just like magically fly in there. But yeah, for the initial getting somebody to bite the bullet and crew it when it's a long ass ways away is pretty hard sometimes.
I'd honestly rather take it down Cajon than do all the delivery stuff. Cajon's kind of fun. You could be on your game.
Yep. No, I would agree. It makes it very interesting to say the least. The only thing that I like actually going down Cajon, but once you get past actual CP Cajon, to me it's just like it doesn't make any sense with how steep it is, but you're still like in the middle of the desert.
I know it's so steep, dude. The first time I went down it, I forgot.
You forgot
And,
what?
to bail it off and even apply any brakes. So I was trying to dynamic brake down the whole thing, and yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah, no, going down that thing, that would not work out well whatsoever.
So,
unless
this is
dynamics,
what I was
unless you
afraid
were
of.
like already at 15 mile an
Pull
hour,
the F3 screen
it
up
would be
and
a
show you.
real treat trying to hold it.
So,
Oh yeah, once it got to 30, there was no stopping.
here we go. Trying to route me on the main tier, which I can't do. So, we're going to cancel our routing and then request a specific destination. See what happens.
I got this thing timed up great. I got the sound like pretty low, so I can still hear when it starts to pour out, you know, and then I start doing it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Is it's actually kind of cool if you get the sound synced up with the timer synced up with the actual unloading.
I'm gonna remember this job.
Let's try this again here. Gibbs knew exactly what I was doing. Which, pretty cool. Alright, now it's getting dark. Turn the flashlight off, turn the lights on. Change to channel 00.
Are you from this region then, or are you East Coast, or where are you at?
I'm East Coast. I live in Michigan.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, not too much.
I was a little surprised when you said Michigan. I wasn't thinking Michigan as East Coast. I'm from Iowa, so.
Well, it's Eastern time,
Yeah, I
so
guess
I
east,
consider
east
it.
comparatively to where we're at here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I mean, there's really only one state that is between me and the Atlantic Ocean. Well, no, I lied. I'm so sorry. I was thinking about something else. There's a couple states, but I mean,
no, you're good. You're good.
I was thinking of air traffic control. Because
Oh,
I
like
do
dispatch
VATSIM,
centers. I know what you
the
mean.
RTX, ZOB, and then it's ZNY, and I'm like, oh, it's only one away, but it's
Yep.
actually it's like Ohio, and then New York, or maybe Indiana. I don't fucking know what other state is that borders Lake Erie.
Yeah, you get what? Erie. Yeah, you
Well,
get
it's
what?
along Lake Erie. It's Ohio, and then I don't know if Ohio goes all the way up to like Buffalo, New York, or not.
No, because Erie would be Pennsylvania. Erie should be Pennsylvania at least.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
what it
Ohio,
shows on our blue
Pennsylvania,
cards
New
on our locomotives that came from Erie.
Yeah, I don't know. Long day. It's Friday. I'm tired. I worked all week.
Oh, I hear you there.
But there's not that much. There's not really that much crazy train stuff over here. There's kind of like a little bit in some areas, but
Are you northern, southern, or I guess are you near Lake State or just one of the class ones?
I don't know what you mean.
So
Lake State or Class?
Lake State Railway. Like talking
No,
about them
there's
or
none of
one of the
those.
class ones.
Well, I don't really, dude. Okay, so I like trains. I've always liked trains. I don't really know too much about railway. But
So
there's
like
CSX. There's
so like
Canadian
Lake.
National, I think. CN. Is that what that is?
Yep. So it would be like north of Flint, like up towards Saginaw, stuff like that. is
No.
where
I live
Lake
about
State
10 minutes
runs.
by Detroit. 10 minutes about north of Detroit. 15 minutes maybe.
Okay. Yeah, you would primarily then, if I'm not mistaken, just be CN and CSX.
Yeah, there's a Amtrak line that runs right kind of in my backyard, basically. The one that goes to Pontiac, it's the Wolverine that goes from Pontiac to Chicago. There's a couple of them that go every day. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. No, I hear you there.
Unfortunately, I'm not by the sections where they hit like 70 and stuff. By me, they're going like 30 and 15, I think.
If I'm not mistaken, there should be areas of that Wolverine line that run $1.10, I believe.
Oh yeah, they're way on the west side of Michigan, I think.
Yeah, I know through Kalamazoo that they're 110.
It'd honestly be a cool line to have in Run 8. Chicago to Pontiac. And then all the like branch lines and stuff. There's a bunch of industry.
I think it would. Maybe I'm wrong in this, but I think it would be
Gibson,
very
our staff
similar to
members,
the
for
A
helping
line,
me out
obviously
on
with a
that,
little bit different
high
geography
rail
with
there,
terrain,
and Force Auto,
Probably,
actually
yeah.
having hills. But I
Myself,
think that line to me
James,
at
if you're
least
watching
reminds
things.
me a lot of what like the A line is.
I haven't done A-line, so I can't say, but yeah, I mean, it's like a straight, there's a 90-degree turn at one point once you hit Detroit that goes up Pontiac, but kind of just straight over to Chicago, really. It stops in little cities.
DNSS detector, milepost 66.5, main 1, ambient temperature 59 degrees.
And we're moving. Okay. Thanks everyone for putting up with me while I was eating my dinner and all that fun stuff. So we got our light coming up on CP Summit. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, Otto will give us the light so we can get a move on. There are trains in the inspection yard at Barstow. Ooh, that's not good. Let me go check our stuff here. And the only reason why I'm not showing you guys about what we use for tracking our trains and stuff is I'm not 100% sure what I can and can't show in terms of back end the way we do things on the depot. So I will try and get that info and find out, and if I could show you guys the way the OC works, I will, but for now I'm just going to keep it off screen just to be on the safe side. Wow, somebody's really going by real fast outside my house on their motorcycle. Let's see, 8,100 feet, inspection 1. Yeah, we're going to try and make it all the way to Barstow. I hope we can. As long as I don't have to slow down. I should make it to Barstow. Let's see, how long have we been going? We've been going for a little over 4 hours. What do you guys think? Go to Barstow? Or swing in here to the next side in Martinez? Let's see, looking at the time. It's going to be a close one. Yeah, I'm going to have to go to Martinez, guys. I'm sorry. But, like I said, thank you guys. Oh, well, we're not there yet. I don't have to give you guys the end yet. Calling up the dispatcher here. See if I can get him to give me a specific destination here. Oh, I gotta wait till I get to the next light. Okay. Well, that's gonna suck. That means we're probably gonna have to. I barely faintly heard a detector. Must be way back down. That's alright. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to put it into Martinez just to be on the safe side because I don't know if I'll be able to make it all the way to Barstow with what time I have left. So we'll just play it safe. That way I don't have to abandon the train somewhere. I mean, it's only an intermodal train, so I'm sure it'd be fine, but I'd have to get staff approval and all that fun stuff. And just to be on the safe side, we'll just put it where I know I have time and go from there. Excuse me. So I'm gonna try and do some streaming more regularly. I'll keep playing with the settings and try and cut down on the drop frames. I don't know if that's because I'm on Starlink here at the house or what, but probably do some more streaming of Run 8, and then I don't know if anyone's into Factorio, but I might start a Vanilla Plus Factorio series. We'll see when we get there to that, but all things to come. It all is going to depend on how things go at work and stuff like that. Almost to the top here. I've actually been quite impressed. Gibbs, who was in that high rail that blocked Main 2 for me, he's actually the one that built this train down in Hobart, so I'm pretty excited. Yes, it's doing quite well. This is definitely an appropriate built Z train with 5 up front. And I'm right away for that other Z train that's going around me. That's an AI train, and it has a lot more power than I have. That's unfortunate. And anyway, oh, right here, this is Silverwood. So, if you're going westbound on BNSF or southbound on UP, excuse me, on this band you can cross over. Here, I can show you on the map. So we are here at Silverwood, and you can cross over at Silverwood and come out at CP Silverwood on the Union Pacific. And there are a couple of times that this works out real well, especially when it's busy on Cajon with BNSF, or if the Cargill local is running and they have to be on Main 2, if they're short enough and they can get up onto the UP side, it works out real well. I've done it a couple of times, but the rest of the time I just run on down to Reyna and come in that way. Most trains are over the length for the UP Mojave sub anyway. they're coming in at 10,000 feet, 12,000 feet. If they're under 8,000, absolutely all day long. That's right. This signal's right here. Oh, I'm going to dump the train. Am I going to make it? No. So, I just did the cheater way. I know. Not very realistic. But that's better than running the red signal. So now that we're here, we'll tone up the dispatcher. Let them know we're here. Request signal, specific destination, should put us in the sighting. He's going to acknowledge and say we're waiting for probably one. And now we'll... Yep, there we go, waiting for one. So while we wait, let's go for a little flight back down here and find out where that train truly is. And how long we're going to be waiting. Oh, right there. And let's get 1, 2, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the head end. Alright, well. Definitely trucking like right along there, and up here's where it starts to level back out. So they'll slowly be picking up speed here. And let's see, let's go the other way, check out how many trains we got waiting. There's one to Long Beach, 2 down the Alameda Corridor to Wilmington. This one, AI train. If they want, if someone's working Hobart, they can grab it and bring it in. That's one thing I like, is we can have AI trains that we can slide in. And then this one is a UP train, and they'll be going to Long Beach via UP. And we got this Z train going to San Bernardino. It's actually... It's actually quite a long San Bernardino train, all things considered. I don't think I've ever seen one that long. We can go see where we got San Bernardino. Let's see, there's 2 empty tracks that can slide in on. Well, that's the end one. Then they got another Q train going to stack up here. Yep, it's a cluster. All because I had to take main 1. Don't get me wrong, this is real railroading, but sometimes I wonder about auto. But this train's coming right along. They have... Auto's got another one behind him. Yep, there it is. Hopefully there's enough of a gap to where auto will allow me to go first. I don't want to have to force a stop and then blew out the signal and all that stuff. Well, now we just wait. This is going to make for a cool little picture here. As the train comes around. Hang on just a second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. I'm still watching the chat, though, so go ahead and type anything in the chat, and we'll be right back.
DNSS detector, milepost 58.6, main 2, no defects. Repeat, no defects. Total axle 368, train speed 15 mph, ambient temperature 58 degrees, out.
everybody. Sorry about that. Was not expecting that phone call either this evening. We're going to go in here at Martinez. in a sighting summit. We're going to take it all the way down to the end. But just, I don't know if I got enough time to make it to Barstow. Otherwise, I'd keep going. But I don't think I'll have the time, so better safe than sorry. And hopefully this will give all these AI trains a chance to space out a little. However, going west and south, depending on which railroad, it is definitely backed up. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trains now back. Oh, wrong button there.
2.5, main 1, ambient temperature 57 degrees.
So, with us pulling into the siding here, I'm going to go ahead and call the stream. I want to thank you all for joining and watching and putting up with me while we went through and did a little over 4.5 hours of train. And had we not had all the red signals, I think we probably would have made it to Barstow. I've made it to Barstow on Z-Trains before, coming out of Hobart, so. But thank you all for joining. If you like it, please like and subscribe, and I will work on doing another stream here soon, possibly even some actual series of different games. Trying to get back into it. And 3,400 feet to go. And anyway, thank you all for joining. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see y'all here soon.